Hello all, what's going on? Hey, we're live. Just making sure everything's kosher. Okay. We are doing Pierre Bonnard. And I do not speak French, so forgive me if I butcher names. I've got my surface here that I'm going to use for painting on. It is a sketchbook that I've been using just for master studies, and I'm going to do a flip through and discussion about everything that's in here eventually. I've got 6 pages left, counting today. So that'll take us to the end of June, I believe. These are the brushes I'm going to use. They're just a Transin brand, which is a brand I've been trying out, and I've been really impressed with them. They're not expensive. You can get them on Amazon. The company is out of China. I'm not sure about US and tariffs. I need to look into it. I'll just set those up there. I've got my walnut oil. I've got my mineral spirits. I've got my basic paints over here mixed up. Let's see. I'll just get rid of that for a second. Sorry about the reflection of my ring light. I've got my standard palette here, and I had a few already mixed up that I mixed in with some mineral spirits to make sure they were nice and soft to do this. Let me put the reference photo back up. This is Pierre Bonnard. Trying to decide which paintbrush to use. And let's go with this one. Usually what I do is, those of you that have come here before, I'm sure are familiar with it. Excuse me. I take some mineral spirits and thin out my burnt umber. Sorry, I had taken a drink of my coffee. I've got a tickle in the back of my throat. And what I do, my iPad is... There we go. I have a reference photo up here. If you want to see my setup, I put a photo on Instagram and on my community tab. Hi, Mitt, how are you? A link to the photo. Did I put one? You know what? I'll put one in on the community tab. I can do that really fast. I have a photo of my setup. I don't have I assume that's what you're referring to. Okay. I'll put it in the community tab. Oh, it's already in there. It's on there. Here's a link to the community tab, and it's the first one, the first post. I'm not going to keep the reference photo up there on the feed the whole time because it blocks the squeak, blocks the palette, and I know some folks like to see that. That's her hair thingy. Mr. Pierre Bonnard was born in 1867. So about 100 years before me. And I'm just going to do the head portion of this. I'm told a third of his paintings he used his wife for the model. He was a post-impressionist and founding member of the avant-garde group La Nabi, is how I think it's pronounced. I went and looked up the French pronunciation so that I wouldn't butcher it too bad. And what I do with this burnt umber is I just kind of draw it out. I do not really an underpainting, just a more like a sketch. It looks like a lot of his are thin layers built upon itself. So I don't want to put things on too thick. But I do want to get some of the values in here. I'm going to do a review. I've been saying that for a month now. I'm going to be doing an actual review of these brushes and another item that they sent. I swear sometime I'm going to do it. I've had more to say about these brushes that I was asked to review than I have, I think, about just about any item I've had to review. Excuse me. I don't know if it's allergies or our weather's weird here in Kansas. One day it's nice and warm, the next day it's freezing. This is a profile. Just remember, this is a study. This is not a copy. I keep saying that, not only for the viewers, but also for myself, because that keeps me from nitpicking. I got some titanium white here. Just to help. And forgive me, I learned that the term nitpicking is a derogatory term. So I'm sorry I said that. It just, I'm learning. I have some paper towels up here that I do have music I can play once I get going. That will probably help you rather than just having me silently working. He's especially known for his intimate domestic scenes. I have notes here, over here, that I printed out. So I could, when I go back through these, I want to put little notes on the pages that I failed to do when I did them, about important facts about the artist. There were lush use of color and his ability to capture fleeting moments of everyday life. His wife, who appeared in hundreds of his works, and still lifes full of subtle movement and quiet energy. Ooh, that's dark. See how far off I got that? I'm just gonna boop, boop. Nothing is precious at this moment when I'm just laying this down. It's all malleable. Also, I tried to get the camera as well as I could at the correct angle. It looks pretty close, but let's see. There's the eye. It's like a pinkish. Just to note, my husband is home today, so if you hear anything in the background, he's usually pretty quiet, but just in case, he's homesick today. Kind of gave her a strange shaped nose there. Unlike many artists, he painted from memory, and he would rework, whoops, I don't want to do that. He would rework things constantly, up to the point where they were even already hanging in a gallery or a museum. He would go in and change things that he did not like. Can I relate to this? Yes, I can. I think that's a pretty good start there. His work blends impressionist color with modernist abstraction, and his compositions are full of surprising perspectives, cropped figures, and textures. I'm going to mix a little bit of green here for that, for her jacket. I have this over here, but I need something darker. See, this would be a good time to remove the reference image for just a little while. But up here I'm doing a dark green. She's got a... And I looked, I don't know if this was his wife or not. So I believe the title was just woman resting or something of that nature. That's a good green. Just realized I don't have my gloves on. I'm just unfolding this so it's not as messy. Get all the wet paint on the inside. I wear gloves because, one, I'm messy. Two, I tend to use all kinds of different tubes of paint. And I don't know sometimes if I'm going to be using a flake white or a lead white, or yeah, this is just a good habit I got into, and I like doing it. It's wise. Let's see. It says even later in life, what did he do later in life? Stayed experimental. He reworked canvases for years, even bringing his paints into museums to touch them up after they had already hung, which I had already mentioned. I still find that just... I'm trying to blow this up a little bit on my screen. There we go. So I can see her face better. This is Memorial Day weekend here in the U.S. Today is to celebrate and remember our fallen during times of war and service. It's become a habit. Well, I don't know, is it considered a habit? It's become the norm to go around to loved ones' graves on Memorial Day and place flowers. Let's see. We'll be studying. This is Study for the Woman in Profile with Bow Tie. I was wrong. A softly lit portrait that speaks volumes through brushwork, color, and mood. Mood. Again, this is not going to be a copy. It is a study. I really like that reddish flesh tone there. The brush strokes on this are very loose, and I'm not sure I could replicate them if I tried. There's almost like a purplish and on her face. I'm going to mix a little bit of an orangey, traditional fleshy tone. Caucasian flesh tone. make it really light. Again, this ferrule on this brush, I use this brush a lot on these, is a little loose, and I don't feel like it's the brand's fault. I feel like it's mine. I dip it too far into the mineral spirits, and it gets down in that joint. That's still way too dark. So Amit, what are you up to? What are you doing today? What's going on in your neck of the woods? I'm going to take just a little dioxazine purple. Well, I would if it wasn't dried up. I don't use this very often, so it has seen its better days. Get some fresh out. If I have some here. If not, I'll just mix some. Come on, baby. Where you at? Nope, I don't have any there. I just organized my studio. So and that would work. This is a permanent magenta, and I think it would give me the tone that I need in here. Just take a smidge. Yeah, that's closer to what I bet he was going for. But there's some. Again, this on the monitor, it looks a lot lighter than what it looks here. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because I tend to paint too light, actually. I don't know why that is. We have debated it. This needs to go over further. I have not gotten to the replays or the time lapse from last week, primarily because I have been spending time just sort of regrouping. My studio, I went through and decluttered. I didn't really have that much to declutter. It was more like organize. And I managed to get it much better. There's still some things that need to be done. Scheduling for one. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today. If you're new here, I usually stream until I get it done. Sometimes that can be 2 hours, sometimes that can be 6. Let's see what else we've got on Mr. Bonnard. He was a French impressionist painter. The La Navi group that he was a founding member of emphasized symbolism and emotional expression. This is actually the one that I'm doing. It was actually a study, an observational work, or a preparatory sketch. So this was not a finished piece of his. So this was really done. Done quickly, and so all the more reason for me to work quicker. I saw that there was a movie out in French about him. It's not available here, unfortunately. I would have loved to have watched it even with subtitles. Because I was thinking how great would it be to do this and then go curl up and watch a movie about him. But no such luck. The sitter is shown in profile, possibly Martha, which I believe was his wife, and the composition suggests a moment of quiet reflection. Now, I don't quote me that this is his wife, though. using a much too small brush. Notice the flat perspective and cropping suggest immediacy and emotional closeness. You wouldn't do one this close up unless you had a relationship with them. Trying to get her eyebrow there. I don't want to. That's pretty close. I think I've got her eye too wide here. Makes it look like she's surprised. I like that nose. We've had a lot of thunderstorms here in Kansas. No tornadoes, knock on wood, but a lot of storming. I have a dog that freaks out over it. It's looking pretty good. The piece captures light, mood, and personality more than precise realism. I think I would agree upon that. I love how he's using this magenta. I don't generally use it in portraiture, and I think I need to. I like how it's got a warmth to it that's notice there's loose, here let me put that back up there, loose painterly brushworks, especially in the background and in the clothing. It's just a few swoops here and there. Swoops, that's a technical term. Oops, didn't mean to get that. On Wednesday, we do oil pastel, FYI. Because we have a lot of people that are doing oil pastels these days, so And I admit I have not been putting the reference photo up available all the time. I need to do something about that. This is like I need to add yellow, I think, in there. Because it almost glows in here. It's like an orangey. Some there too. And a little right there. I'm going to switch to this larger, slightly larger brush because I'm getting, yeah. Isn't that a pretty red? That is a Grumbacher red. I think it's too warm. I love this study. I'll admit, when I look for these, I don't do a lot of like heavy searching for things. You know, if I see one I like, it's like, okay, that's it. And then I move on. But I really like this piece. I'm going to start working on some of the hair and things around it. Like this blue background here will really make this pop. Yellow ochre. I could do studies like this all day. All day, all day. Again, he painted from memory, not direct observation. But I wonder if these studies, if this was from direct. And then you use those for making the final piece. It doesn't sound like it. It sounded like, too, like his wife was very reclusive and not always well liked. I don't know how much fact there is in that. That's one reason I'd love to see more about him and his life. And her. I put out some phthalo blue for this background, but I'm not so sure that's what it is. Let's see if we can get it. Phthalos. Yeah, maybe it is. I saw a wonderful video from David Kaysen last night on the differences of whites. It was very informative. He just put it out yesterday or the day before. I'm not affiliated with him in any way. I just admire his work. Notice the light across the figure's face. It shows it was not overworked. It's very loose and impressionistic. See, that really makes it pop, that phthalo. I am adding just a little bit of walnut oil to this because just to add it to the spreading smoothness, the texture of the paint. If you haven't used phthalo blue before, a little bit goes a long way. It can take over very quickly because it's so strong. Poncho is in here too, so if you hear any dog rumblings, that's what that is. He's just chilling in his spot. See, mine does not look as bright as what's on the screen. Let me check. Yeah. It's not as, it's closer to what's in the on the reference photo. I'm going to put just a little bit of burnt umber in there to give it, even though it's not. And then I'll go over it with some I just interesting. Yeah, I went through and organized my studio finally. I was been saying I was gonna do that for quite a while. That's one reason I don't feel too bad about working today on stuff, because I worked this weekend on getting things together. Bonnard famously said, "Drawing is sensation, color is reasoning." I'm not doing this kind of dry brush on that part just to see what it looks like on the screen, if there's like a yeah, see, that looks right. I'm gonna try something here. I've done it before. On the original, there is a line right here, right down the middle. That didn't really help a whole lot, did it? Tilting that up. I am really close to getting fully monetized. So this week I plan on putting some extra hours in that I haven't in the last week or so. To help balance things out. I don't think that is helping. I'll take that out. Sometimes if I tilt it just right, it will. I'll just crop that out of the time lapse. if I tilt it just right, it will get rid of that glare, but it's not working this time. There's a lot of glare on there, isn't there? Let's see if I push that back. That helps. Give me just a minute and I'm going to see if that helped. I pushed the light back. I don't think it did. Dad nabbit. Okay, let's paint. Yeah, I really wish. Maybe I just need to put something up over here permanently. Let's see, I'm gonna try something. Excuse me for just a moment while I do this. Let's see if this works. I don't know if that will actually do anything. It was worth a try. I don't want to try too many things while we're streaming, but I'll put just a little of that in there because that really glows. Yeah, that didn't really help with the glare. Let's get her painted. I go through a lot of this titanium white. Whoops. I'm just softening that edge a little bit. Oops. Can't get it white, so let's just do that. Maybe. Oh, no. See, this is why I'm so hard on brushes. I heard it snap. Might be able to save it. See how the barrel goes in there. Set that to the side. I pushed down on it really hard, cleaning it. I will say, even if that is a manufacturer's default, I got a lot of use out of that brush for what they cost. They're like $12 a set, and there's like 10 in the set, 10 or 12, I forget how many. Got her nose too up. Anybody do anything special today for Memorial Day? This is my something special. hoping there's some special way I can get rid of that glare. I know if I used a diffuser on my light, it would probably help a great deal. Let me see if I can get another. Yeah, here's one. This is about the same size. It's a rosemary. I've used it quite a bit for it's not as smooth. I don't think this is over far enough. It should be more like right here. And then that is right there. I did not take any video of me cleaning the studio, but I did do like a before scan. Oops. Sorry, hit my brush. I'll try and get this a little, with a little more glow than what I have. don't have the sculptedness of that cheekbone. I need to darken that up a little. Let's see if that helps. I need that highlight right here too. And in there. Let's get this all tanned down a little bit more. It's not really tan. There's some pink and some yellow in there. A little bit of blue back there. That was a little too much, isn't it? It looks like it's sculpt some of that back out. Hey, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We are doing a Pierre Bonnard today. It's a study. It's not a copy. Just that yeah. Although I try and get fairly close. His work is very loose and I have to put yellow in here, so I'm taking that off. So if you'd like, let me know where you're from, if you're just coming in. What type of artwork you like to do. I know that line is much darker than what but I needed to define that edge of the nose. I think I got this too far over also. It should be right there. Again, this won't be a... I love to paint mostly. I also love colored pencil. Washington State, I assume. I understand. It's hard to decide if you had to do just one thing. Do you do mixed media? That chin on there is much more, that line is not so. It's much softer there. Oh gosh, I don't have a lot of experience with that. I got some of the Hemi gouache, and I know it's not like the best quality, but and I more like played with it than I did. Than anything. You know, I've had quite a few people say that about watercolor. It never has been one of my strong areas. So I admire people that can really use watercolor. I have watercolors. I don't know, there's just something about oils for me. Oops. These longer brushes, I keep tapping the camera. Yeah, I remember, it was just the other day, I told my husband it takes me about half an hour after I use oils just for cleanup to get the brushes and everything. I'm trying to schedule things now, like plan ahead, so I've been keeping track of time. I did clean my studio up this weekend, so for me that's a you just like the creative part more. You want to spend your time doing the important stuff. Oops. And I have a designated space, so it makes it easier too. There's no sink in here, but I'm not far from one. I need to do some plein air with the weather being warmer. I really like his looseness. He sought to create emotional truth rather than visual accuracy. Oh, and there's a movie on. We did Berta Morceau the other day, and there is a movie on Amazon Prime about her. I have not watched it, but I want to. I'm going to start using a little black. That was more grayed down. I'm wondering if I got this too thick. If it should come down more like that. Yeah, I always felt like my art history was kind of weak, and I started doing these just to learn about techniques from different, because it had been a while, and then it became a regular habit because I learned so much from it. So now I've got this notebook that's full. I have six pages left. That I should finish, if I stay on schedule, about the end of June. My husband was surprised I was going to stream today because it's Memorial Day here. It's like I gotta keep my momentum. I find it more educational. I think I get more out of it than anybody else. Because it's just yeah, you learn the colors that they use and I like their biography information. To me, I find really interesting. Like this artist's wife was not well liked, I guess, and she became very reclusive, and it sounded like his family didn't like her. But I don't know how much of that is misogyny, and how much is factual. Yeah, a lot of times women that stand up for themselves are not always portrayed well in history. There will be a time lapse of this. What time is it? Oh, wait. It's 11:30 here. I got that way too dark. Her eyebrow. Yeah, I put this put a poster board up, thinking it would block that glare, and I don't think it's working very well. So I'd like to know a little more about her. I may go online and see if there are any biographies or I do think he had a mistress, and I'm sure that didn't help things much. There's a movie in French that I don't have access to, and when I watched the preview, it just sort of alluded to it and didn't. There is one on, or so I'm going to watch on Prime. I don't think I've ever seen it. My husband's homesick today, so I don't know. I don't know how much access I'll have to Amazon Prime on the good TV. I mean, he wouldn't care if I just, yeah. But in my mind, since he doesn't feel good, he has dibs. I know I'm using an awful small brush on here. I took a women's history course in college, and I wanted to get certified in it, and I had somebody talk me out of it. Ironically. The college I was going to was the same price for a full student, however many hours you took. So it wouldn't have cost me anything extra. I just found it very, very interesting. Well, and it could have been Clarence Thomas. I won't get too far into politics, but Clarence Thomas was being. They were having the hearings for him to become Supreme Court at the time. Trying to see where I put my phone. So I was going to take a picture to compare it. must have left it in the other room. I have a mirror, so I'm not totally without. This. I could probably stop right here for just a study, but I'm gonna keep going to get it closer. Just because I'm enjoying this. And I want to get this over here. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds so good. I don't have French press. I just have Folgers in a coffee maker with some cream. Cinnabon cream. I really want my phone in order to, because I can flip it and get a fresh perspective. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hey Siri. Where are you? Hey Siri. Oh, it got buried underneath my paper towels. That was my iPad answering, by the way. Sorry if I set everybody's Siri off. And it's time for a fresh paper towel. Yeah, we have a local coffee shop. I live in a really small town, but we do have a local coffee shop. But the last time I went in there, and because I wanted to get some in particular, and he didn't have it set up, so I didn't. Let's see, I got my phone, and now I'm doing more painting instead. See, it looks so much brighter on my phone. It's really interesting, the difference in... See how much brighter it looks? Or maybe that doesn't transfer. But then I flip it. And it helps me see any issues. recipe there. We have a really nice little coffee shop. It's local owned, and usually the baristas are really nice. I know I took my, ooh, there's a hair on there. I took my grandkids in there, and my youngest, he was 5 at the time. He spilled hot cocoa all down the wall. I mean, it was bad. It was bad. All down the wall and onto a plug-in. And she was just very nonchalant about it. Needless to say, she got a good tip. My grandkids love going there when they're here. Because they always have really cool stuff in the gift shop, too. And they're art people. The owner is his dad started. I know this. Nobody wants to hear this. You'll be bored by it. The young man that owns it, his father's a very well-known businessman who is very highly respected. I'll just put it there. The whole family's very well thought of. Primarily because of things they've done for the community. And there is another hair. I have my hair down. I washed it this morning and it's drying. I didn't expect it to be all over my painting. I'm in southeast Kansas. A very small community. Oh, excuse me. We have less than 2,000 people. But the business owner that I was referring to is well known in a lot of like rodeo circuits. They're like the sponsor for National Rodeo Association. goodness, what was that? They've been on the CBS News multiple times because primarily because of what they've done to the community. Oops. What was it? COVID? No, it was the recession. They didn't have any work for their employees to do. They were all I think I've talked about this before on here. When I grow up, I want to be like them. When the economy turned and they didn't have any work for the guys to do, and women, they went and started doing things in the community on their tab. They paid for the man hours and all. They went in and did some much needed repairs on a church and people's homes and just whatever needed to be done around town. But it was pretty cool. But they're always doing stuff like that. The people that work there get very nice bonuses. They they treat their employees very well. And the owners, well, she's part owner because they're married, but she used to be a a 6th grade teacher, and I was a long-term sub across the hall from her. I don't know about this. don't think the hair is dark enough. Oops. I put blue in here, but it's just not. That phthalo really stains. But they've expanded to other communities in the area. It's just kind of cool. And they're not perfect. I mean, there's things that. But it's just still kind of cool. They're much better at business than I am, that's for sure. I have had trouble with YouTube acting up here lately. If this gets dropped, I will just start another feed unless I'm almost completely finished. For some reason, I use Streamlabs, and I don't know if it's Streamlabs or if it's YouTube, but it will suddenly start wanting to stream several lives at the same time that I have scheduled, even though they're not scheduled for weeks ahead. It'll just suddenly boot me off, and I'll go in and realize that it did that. So anyway, if I disappear and I'm not done, I will start another another stream. Hubby's moving around. Let's see what time it was. Doing pretty well for just under 2 hours, or just over 2 hours. By the way, this paper is 10 by 10. And that's before it being taped off. Goodness. I don't know if you can see it, but on the original, there's a line right here, like they put it in underneath. I've got one right there. I just think that's kind of interesting. I'm going to mix a little bit more of that darker green so I can get this in there. There's a little bit right there. Whoops. I keep hitting the camera. You okay, buddy? Oh. Poncho, my dog, was making weird noises. He's chasing a fly. Hey, go back and get it. It's been bugging us. He gave up. It's underneath my desk now. Now that I've got everything kind of laid out, I can go back in and try and make it look a little more similar to the original. At least that's my plan. I'm just adding some ultramarine blue in here. To get some of those darker areas. And I've got the gist of it down. But now I can go in and start. He's back to chasing the fly. Yeah, I'm talking about you. I'm going to start trying to get it not exact, but like some of the facial areas I don't have correct. Or the hair. There's just a lot of little things that, like that mark there. Poncho can't make up his mind. He's back underneath the desk. I don't know, he might be following the fly. The green or bluish on the background is much more muted than what is showing up. I think there's some yellow in there, just a little bit, like right in here. Maybe it's a yellow and white. Not that bright. Okay, Poncho. Sorry about that. Again, I keep hitting the... That's why I've thought about getting short-handled ones from Rosemary & Co. Specifically for that reason. I'm muting it down with a little burnt umber. Hey, Poncho. Hey, welcome back. I'm gonna start working more, or just keep working on trying to get it to look a little more like what he's got here. I know I say it's not a copy, it's a study, but I still want it a little closer. I got that mark too dark. I hate how that focus does. I wish I could do something about it. Let me see if lifting this up helps at all with that glare. Sure does. Let me get that. It's just one of these crimper thingies. I'm going to set it underneath the edge of it there. There we go. Have some. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. So did you set any artistic goals for June or for summer? My main one, whoops, is I should be monetized in June, probably early June, hopefully. And I need to make that work to the best of my ability. Considered doing, ooh, I don't want that. I'm battling health stuff, so I'm not as focused. If my health cooperates, I will be monetized by, ooh, good job. I'll have to go check out your channel. It is Bellatini Art and Coloring, for those that cannot see chat. If you want to go check out a fellow art lovers channel. In fact, let me there's a link to their, well, but still, it's all art. It's all creative. If everybody did art the same. I know that's cliche. But sorry, excuse my neon green hoodie. It's one of my hubby's work hoodies, and I wear it when it gets chilly in here. And you're welcome. I'm part of Heart Breathings. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's a writers group, and it's sort of it's been ingrained in me, I guess. because that's the way most people in that group are. We share info. In fact, I don't know if I would be live if it weren't for them. Not alive, but live. Because they are just so supportive. It's really nice. I started doing sprints for them for that, and it got me over a lot of my fear of being on camera. I question if I am not on the spectrum, and they accept me with my goofiness and social awkwardness. I have grandchildren that are on the spectrum, and I know it runs in families. But I'm not formally diagnosed. Your whole household is. I had to put my phone on silent because my oldest granddaughter is out of school now with summer break, and she tends to call every day. But we're both, she's definitely on the spectrum, and I guess we relate to each other really well. We don't have to explain a lot of things. Yeah, I didn't realize I was until I till I had grandkids. I thought everybody was just that way. I have earplugs I wear, those loop earplugs. When I go see grandkids, because it's so loud. And they're just being kids. They're not being out of hand or anything. I really like them. I wish they were a little less expensive. I mean, they're not that bad. They're like, what, $20? But this right here is not dark enough. Let's see if I can darken it with some of this. Yeah, I think I would have been a better parent if I had been aware. Because I get overstimulated very easily. Let's see if that helps. I lost my favorite pair, and I'd sworn that I had taken them to my grandkids, and I thought, well, I just left them in the bedroom or something. And then I found them one day when I was cleaning up my car, like 8 months later or something crazy like that. They had fallen underneath the seat, and it's like they were just sitting there waiting on me. There's a lot of areas that need to be darker. This one probably won't take me as long as some of them do. I've had ones that took me like 6 hours, 7 hours. I really like that magenta. I'm gonna have to start using that more. It's an old tube too. That needs to come down there. And there's a little splitch right there. I do have family members that don't think ADHD and autism are an issue. They're those that think everybody's a little And the thing is, I'm pretty sure that they are on the spectrum of some kind. This is really fun. Thank you all for being here too. I appreciate it. It makes it much more enjoyable to do this with others. And if you have any questions or anything, by all means, feel free to put them in the comments, or if you're watching the replay, I will answer them as soon as I can get to them. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's addictive. Very, very much so. I am being much more particular about things than he was. His brush strokes are very loose. And I'm finding myself getting tighter while I'm trying to resemble his, which is ironic. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? I need to bring that hair, bring her bangs down. Let's see, what else did I have about Mr. Bonnard? Her gaze at a frame invites the viewer to imagine the story or moment beyond the canvas. Like, what's going on over here? Why is she not looking at us? Is she mad at us and doesn't want to make eye contact? Is there something really cool going on? Is it Just taking a moment to look at it to see what. There is some yellow on her face that I'm missing. Like right here. Oops, give me a little of that. I don't have this part dark enough. I think I got the nose just a hair. Too big. We have puppies. Oh, and I had to do treat training with them. I've been listening. It's relaxing. I'm happy to have someone to paint with today. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I'm a puppy person. A dog person. Not that I hate cats or anything. I don't want to see anything bad happen to them, but I'm less of a cat person than a dog person. What kind of puppies are they? What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Goofy. Yeah, you're goofy dog. He's gotten to where he likes to go back in this corner behind my drafting table. I don't know what the deal is. My dog is a Jack Russell Terrier, wire-haired. Where'd you go? Poncho? I hear you, but I don't see you. Oh. He's back there again. I don't know what the... It's not thundering or anything. Maybe I need to put pillow or something back there for him. Great Dane. Aww. Too many dash hounds. Aww. That sounds adorable. I bet the Great Danes, do they eat you out of house and home? I've always wanted a dash hound puppy. I just think they are just adorable. There's this guy on TikTok. I haven't seen him on YouTube. I don't TikTok anymore because I was wasting too much time on it. But he had, excuse you. He just went back there and just went to sleep. I guess I'm just talking too much or something. But he would put him in his, inside of his shirt, and he takes them everywhere. It's really cute. We have a lot. Oh. $6'2" and 150 pounds. Wow. I assume that's when he's on his hind legs. Our Jack Russell's a rescue. He his family's home burnt, and they had to find a rental that would take dogs, and they couldn't find one. And they had small kids, so they had to do it quickly. And from what I understand, he was rescued from the house, is what we were told by the fire department. Wow. His back is above your hips. That's a big dog. I'm looking at the mouth, and I just, I don't know. I am spending way too much time worrying about details of this when it's supposed to be a study. We won't tell anybody, right? I bet he probably spent a half an hour or so on this. Original. But we're learning, right? Tomorrow, I have live streams in the afternoon sprints. And I haven't decided if I'm going to do artwork in the morning. I should, to help my watch hours. I can't decide what to do. I need to do some planning, but I really want to paint. Or something. I could do a bonus master study. Still not dark enough in here. So since you have a YouTube channel, do you plan things out ahead of time? As far as like what you're, or I should say, how far ahead do you plan your things ahead of time? I don't use like a content calendar, but I should. Other than the Master Study Mondays, I do have them up ahead. But that's one thing I need to work on is content planning. Heidi would never allow me to do that. My channel helps me decide. I understand. Yep. I'm like, I want to be organized, but whoops, I hit the camera again. I listen to Nick Nimmin on Saturday mornings about YouTube stuff. In fact, I even joined his channel or whatever. Yeah, we have to actually pay, and he's got a Facebook group and all that. I was hoping it would help me. Hoping it would help me. I would love to be organized. My friends have planning journals and stuff. See, yeah. Yep. Yep. I just got rid of a bunch of stickers and things because I just finally had to admit it doesn't work for me. I have a planner, but I know some people like that. Yeah, it's like their planner is their art, I guess. But I just use paper and pencil. And I did recently put it into Chat GTP to try to help me see what my best course of action was to get monetized and all. I'm like 500 hours away, watch hours. So if I had really buckled down this month, I probably could have done it. But I had to get my studio, my work area, some resemblance of it was getting pretty bad. It was getting pretty bad. I did find art supplies and things that I'd forgotten I had, so that's good. And I got things organized as far as like all my oil paints are in one area. All my, yeah. And so forth. I had a while back, I think it's been about a month now, I was doing a painting live, and I got oil paint and acrylics mixed up. I did not want that to happen again. And then I was using them together. Pardon me. I do have a lot of oil pastels. Yeah, I was sitting there painting it, and I was like, man, that's acting just like if I were using acrylics, and it hit me. And I will admit, I have never done that before. That was a first. I remember having an art teacher talk about herself doing it and realizing it. But I haven't used acrylic wash. I've just used, is it, I don't, Is it called watercolor gouache, or is it just... I've only used that type. And maybe that's why I didn't like it very much. Or I wasn't very good at it. Yeah, this was just regular gouache. It's not, it's not acrylic gouache. It's just that Hemi, you know, that you get like in the case. That's very, I think everybody and their brother has it. Is it teal? I think it's like a teal case. Yeah. It's kind of like a Tiffany bluish. I had to look at it to make sure. I love the portability of it, because I want to be able to just use my sketchbook and do studies. And I did see where Hemi had some acrylics out now. I haven't tried them, but I've only seen them on other people's YouTube channels. I think it was Frugal Crafter had them on hers. I mainly watch her and Sandy Hester. And David Kaysen has a relatively new channel. I noticed the Pastel or Portrait Society has a new video out. I haven't watched it yet. It's on my list. I didn't, did she have a Saturday chat? Because I don't think I watched it. In fact, I'm almost positive I didn't, because I was watching Nick Nimmin on Saturday morning. I need to go and see some of his videos stuff. Excuse me. What were you doing on Saturday? What were you streaming? I think I surprised my husband because I did not stream at all this weekend. But I did get my studio in order-ish. There's still stuff I need to do. Like, who needs 20 empty Ragu bottles or Prego bottles? I saw something. Oh, I was going through my markers and I was commenting to my husband about the Crayola markers, about how good they are and how I was surprised. And then I saw somebody using them in a coloring book. Oh, I see something that I really didn't. Poncho? What's that all about? I was going through them to send them to my granddaughter because I hadn't been using them. So I was going through making sure that they were, she's 13, going through them to make sure that they still worked because I hadn't been using them. And the colors and stuff were so rich and vibrant and just juicy, and I was impressed for just cheap little Crayola markers. I love oils. I just do. Yeah. Well, it's hard when you see stuff on sale, or you know. I used to have a lot more than I have now, but I've narrowed them down to just primarily oil pastels and paint. Not even necessarily oil paint, just I was worried about the tariffs, so I went and I stocked up a lot on oil paints in particular. Because of the pigments. And I live out in the boonies, so I can't just run to the art store and get things. It's a good 2 hours for me to go to an art shop, even a Michael's or anything like that. And oils don't go bad, so I'm set for a while. Wow. I would get into so much trouble being that close. You know, they're, do they still do the not grab bags, but, oh, is that what they're called? The clearance boxes where they put everything in a, yeah. I've always wondered about finding one of those. Or finding when they had those. Or is that Hobby Lobby that does that? Oh, 5-minute walk to, oh. I'm jealous. That would be so cool. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any like unboxings of like those grab bag thingies for a while. It's hard not to. If you think it's something you're going to use. Or you just want to use. I don't have a bookstore nearby either. Well, no, I take that back. The very people I was talking about earlier, they opened one up. I haven't been to it yet. I think the grand opening is like in a couple of weeks. I understand. May as well. If you're going to get part of them, you may as well get the whole set. When I got my oil pastels, I was doing like reviews on the channel and unboxings, and so I got large sets, not real large sets. And I got of different brands. And I don't have like, like 150 of. What are you doing over there? I have a squirrely dog. Yes, yeah, we used to have one. Oh, where was it? I don't even remember now if it was Pittsburgh, which is a college town, or if it was, yeah. But I can remember pulling up to one and being, oh, I was at the Mecca. But it went out. Yeah, ours did anyway. I don't know if the whole chain did, but that is awesome. Not us. When I go visit my grandkids, my daughters and my grandkids, I can go to Barnes & Noble, Half Price Books, and Michael's. Oh, and it used to be Target too. We don't do Target anymore. Portland, Oregon. Oh, probably. I have family that lives in Oregon, or that lives in Washington State, but I can't think of where we're at. It's my sister-in-law and her husband. Which one is it that says, like their city motto is "Stay Weird"? Is that Portland? Portland, okay. Oh, wow. See, I think that would be, yeah. We live in the same house that my husband grew up in. And now his health is not doing great. So I don't know that we'll ever get up that way. He really needs to retire. It's one reason I really want this channel to go. Because he needs to. He needs to retire. And in this economic climate, it's all, yeah. Like I said, I'm about 500 hours away from full monetization. If I had really pushed it this month, I probably could have done it. But it's more a mobility issue than anything else. He's not going anywhere. He just has trouble getting around. He better not be going anywhere. Yeah, even just going to see our grandkids a couple hours away is very taxing on him. Oh, I'm sorry. That's, yeah. I had an opportunity to quit my job, my day job, and I jumped on it. I had, and regulars that come here probably, I mean, they already know this. I had several family members pass away one year after the other, and there was some inheritance. So I immediately got the good paints and the good easel. But now I really need to be making some type of income. Yeah, there's the coffee cups that say this is coffee, this is water. And it's already after 1:30. I completely lose track of time. But that's awesome you're able to do artwork. Is that what one reason too you want your channel to be monetized? I worked at a library for 17 years, and I had a coworker that was very toxic. But I just could not bring myself to quit until I just realized life was too freaking short. Bouncing around the page and trying to get it all balanced just ain't happening right now. Let's blow that back up on. Yep, there's only one way to learn, though, huh? And I bet it's probably better than you're giving yourself credit for. I bet. And see the blue background on to my eyes here is almost exactly like what's on the monitor. But on the over on that, it looks a lot brighter. Poncho's dreaming over there. Well, I'm glad. I am very glad. Same for me. This part needs more of this. That's too swoopy. It's not that swoopy. all this contrast doesn't. See, I never know how to answer that because I did go to university. I have a master's, but it was a postmodern, very much a postmodern department. So it was a lot of abstract and expressionism and which is nothing wrong with that. It's just now that I've gone back to, doing things, I prefer I like contemporary realism, like David Kaysen and who else is there? Malcolm Lipke. Some of his have gotten a little too sexual for me. Lipke's has. I like ones with not necessarily a narrative, but like David Kaysen did a series of paintings of Holocaust survivors that were still alive, and I find things like that just, I wish I could come up with something of my own that had more meaning to it than it's like, okay, yes, there's a portrait, there's a head, and I feel like there's a, and what about it? I wish I could do things with deeper meaning than there's an object. Especially in these times. I don't know. It's like, yeah, you can do something that looks like the object, but oh, excuse me. I keep sniffling. My nose is red. I have a little bit of allergies. I think in these days, especially being in the U.S. That art is very important, and I wish I did more, or I knew what to do more with it. Excuse you, Poncho. I mean, I've heard people say that all art is subversive, but I guess especially as a grandparent, you know, I don't want my grandkids to look back and say, okay, well, what did you do? And me have a book of master studies work and none of it really have any significance. Especially with some of my family history. I have many that were not on the right side of history. I don't know, is that considered white guilt? I recognize my privilege, and I wish I knew what to do with it, and I shouldn't be waiting for somebody to tell me. But I think part of me is, this is therapy 101. Sorry, it gets a little, yeah. Ooh, get back up there. I was blowing the picture up on my iPad. I'm just going through giving little brush details that I'm seeing on his. Not that it's a copy. But I like the way they look. Some of these little. Oops. Still need more here. Make sure I don't make that too. And I did. Oops. Oops. That's not the red I wanted. But yeah, I have a master's in art. My undergrad was K through 12. And I just found teaching wasn't for me. So I knew it wasn't for me. Even when I was going through the program. It was definitely a back plan, rather than starve. But I only ever subbed. I never had, except for college, I was an adjunct instructor at the university I went to, and a couple of community colleges. And I taught all kinds of stuff: photography, drawing, painting, Photoshop. Back before Photoshop was by subscription only. You could actually download it and but I did a lot of subbing. Found it really stressful. Not my cup of tea. I'm too introverted. I know you couldn't tell it from all my jabbering on here, but it just, yeah. I only ever actually applied for one job, and I was told I got it, but that was before the school board had okayed it, and there was somebody in the district that wanted the position. So, rightfully so, they got it. And I just never applied anywhere again. I subbed. Subbed in my small town and area communities. I have a lot of friends that are teachers. And I like doing the college level. But I didn't have my master's done when the position came open. They wanted somebody who already was finished. And so they hired somebody. I didn't really apply for it. It was more like there was somebody on the college board that was like, but what about I wanted to do artwork. I wanted to do it. I didn't want to be doing pinch pots with 6-year-olds or nothing against 6-year-olds. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to paint whenever I wanted. Whatever I wanted. However I wanted. I used to work on commissions too, and it was the same thing. I didn't like having to answer to anybody. I want to do the artwork my way, not have somebody else wants it. Which is weird when I'm sitting here doing a master study. The last commission I did, it was a local gentleman, and he was amazing. He was an amazing person to work with, but it just sucked me dry. So that was my last commission. And he was one of those that paid well, was open to whatever you wanted to do. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You know, if I just had the money to go with it. Ooh, did not want that there. I'm not even sure how I got that on my brush. Just not paying attention. But yeah, he was the ideal person to do a commission for. And I knew if even that just like was too much, I knew. I started doing commissions when I was like 13. And so I think I started doing things too soon. What are you doing, Poncho? That's one reason I always cringe when people say, "Oh, he's only 7 years old, and look what he did," and it's like, yeah, let the kid make art. Just let him make art. Everything does not have to be bacon. making money when you're a kid. Well, when, like other kids had jobs in high school of like, you know, mowing lawns or I was doing portraits. And it was my own doing. It wasn't, nobody was pushing me into it or my folks were fine with whatever I wanted to do. What are you looking at, Poncho? He's just sitting there staring at me. I worked in a screen printing place that did, it was a garment, children's garment clothing place, and I did the silk screening on the stuff. We had contracts with Disney and oh god, I can't remember who all. Disney was a big one though, because it was, you had to be really precise to their specifications. But they went out of business, like a lot of places did when it comes to garment things. Did I drop? No. You see that white line right there? have weighted tables. Worked in the library. Even delivered pizzas for a while. When I was about 19. This is too light. This right here. Come on, scroll up. By the way, I love your banner and your logo. I'm gonna have to get up and take a break. Go to the restroom and things like that. Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, it looks very, very professional, and mine looks very much self-done in comparison. And see, that's all stuff I need to have taken care of before I monetize. I feel like I'm gonna run to the restroom, and that way I'll have fresh eyes when I come back too. I even have a little logo thingy that says, well, mine's not as cool as your logo, but come on. Be right back. I don't know. Should I even have a logo? You know what I mean? I'm still sitting here. I'm braiding my hair before I get up. Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I I mean, even like AI stuff through my website, I can even do it that way. But I don't know. I don't know if it's the right thing or not. When you look at the original of this, it looks very watercolorish. Yeah. I don't know. When I see somebody else's, it's like, I don't know if it's something shiny syndrome or if it's something I really need. I'm going to run to the restroom and probably get some fresh coffee and be back in about 10-15 minutes. Turn on some music. Music. So I've been babbling for the last 5 hours. Hubby thought I was talking to him. And let me get the be back in a bit sign going. There we go. But what I want to know is what your all's background is and what you want to see here. I have chips. I know a lot of people want to see oil pastel because that's what the channel started with too. But I'm putting them away. I guess that's another use for painter's tape, huh? I'm gonna get back at it. So if you want to, let me know where you're from, what's going on, your art background, your interest. All that good stuff. I'm going to take a new photo so I can get fresh eyes on it. It's not too far off. And I am going to get back after it. If you like, I could play the music the whole time. And then you don't have to listen to me babble on and on and on. If you're joining us late, we're doing Pierre Bonnard. He is a 1867 to 1947. He was a French Impressionist painter. And a founding member of the avant-garde group La Nabi. I do not speak French, but that's what how Google told me to pronounce it. I'm gonna finish up here. I want to make sure I get all these areas. He's closer to. It doesn't have to be exact. It's, what do we say? It's not a copy. Hey, Jenna. What's going on? Excuse me. My allergies are kicking my booty. Once again, hubby is home today, not feeling well. So if you hear him in the background, he's just living his best life, doing what he's got to do. Now I'm starting to kind of want to get some of these brush strokes a little closer to his. I don't know how that got on there, but got that all over my arm. Hope I didn't get it on my chair when it went in there. And that's why we wear gloves. So I'm just gonna basically piddle away at it and get it a little closer to how he has it. And if anybody has any comments or suggestions, or you just want to chit chat, we're kind of an easygoing bunch here. Jenna will vouch for that. I'm using oil paint on gessoed paper. It's like it's a Bristol paper, and it has a layer of gesso on it, at least one layer. It may have been two. There are 6 pages left in this. In this particular sketchbook. And I have the artist chosen to fill it up. It'll be done about the end of June. We do Master Study Mondays on Mondays at 10 a.m. until we get them done. Each week is a different artist. We've done a lot of really interesting ones. All the replays are in the on the sorry, I'm going brain dead now. I'm starting to paint. are on the channel. There's also ones on oil pastel. Particularly earlier on the channel, I did some on like comparing brands and things like that. And I believe there's a plain air one that's pretty popular. Where I used oil pastels in my pochette box. Oh, Poncho's underneath my desk and he just set his little head on my foot. If you want to know the colors that I use, I'm using a little bit of phthalo blue in this one. On mine, with my eyes, this is not as bright as what it looks on YouTube screen, but I'll try and dull it down a little bit and make it so it's this looked a little light too compared to I was gonna see what was going on in the world and I never even looked at the news. Shame on me. Guess it's a holiday though, right? At least in the US. This is my holiday right here. And then I've got some editing to do. I've got some videos from last week I need to do time lapses of. So let me know what you're working on. What are you doing? Are you laying around watching TV? Watching YouTube? Eating chips? Trying to figure out what to paint next? And if you could paint anything, what would it be? If you could have any painting, what would it be? And it was given to you. It's not illegal. It was, the painting was given to you. What would you choose? I'm thinking about it because I'm not really sure for myself. Maybe a Mary Cassatt. Yeah. There's one in the Wichita Art Museum that is awesome. And I did a study of it. But it's just not the same, is it? I don't know the Mary Cassatt. I'm not sure of the title of it because so many of them are just named like Mother and Child. Trying to figure out what I did with that paintbrush I broke earlier. Oops. It'll show up. I think that helps kind of toning it down there. And knocking that blue back. Going to add a little yellow ochre. I'll go in some of these. I know it looks like it might be a little brighter yellow, but the palette, that the colors that I keep on my palette are titanium white, cad yellow, hue, yellow ochre, alizarin crimson, burnt sienna, dioxazine purple, and burnt umber, and black. And this time I added a little bit of phthalo blue because I felt like that's what was required of the background. the line back. There is a here we go. And as far as brands, there's all kinds of brands over there, but I really like the 1980 Gamblin'. It is reasonably priced. Isn't too difficult to find. In that most art suppliers carry it. And it's very reasonably priced. And I like the quality. And I like how they package their product. If you're unaware, they put their paints inside of the backside of a cradled panel, and it saves on packaging. Excuse me. I'm just going to be making subtle changes to things for the next probably hour or so, the most. Just kind of going through. My oil paint is starting to get, on the paper here, it's starting to get a little tacky. Even though I use walnut oil. I am in a small rural community in southeast Kansas. And well, I'm not sure what to add to that. Now, how is that possible? My battery on my iPad just came on saying it was low. Come on. Yep, it says 10%. It looks like he just went through and just kind of made wispy suggestion of hair. That was a good wisp. That right there. And there's a little bit here and there and here. I'm not really sure what that green is. Excuse me, that he put right there. Right there. Or if it's just to help break up. Put that green elsewhere. Poncho's just laying on the floor looking at me. Like, come on, Mom, are you done yet? A little bit of a lighter reddish in here. There we go. Putting a little bit of alizarin in here, just to warm it up like he has it. Also got some Grumbacher red. It's more of an orangey than brown. Like right here. This in here needs to be softened up. Come on. I put some fresh white in there and it's not wanting to. hear that scratching sound? That's Poncho. He's scratching at the carpet. Poncho, hey. So right now my focus is on the edges. Just making sure things are I'm seeing now that this red that I was going to put on here is an earring. I thought it was a flesh tone. That's too yellow. I'm pausing just a moment for the camera to catch up. Because it looks like this is a little darker. And this is a little darker. Oops. A little something on there. There's a lighter area right in here that I did not notice before. It's similar to the mark by the lip there. I think I just got it too light there. Then I got it too dark. I don't know why I'm trying to replicate some of these marks in here. I think I'm a glutton for punishment. A little bit of blue in here I didn't see before. There is a link in the comments for more information about him. We were talking about him earlier. And his work. I think if I keep going, I'm going to lose some of the Doing these master studies is very helpful in picking up techniques and just learning. It doesn't matter where you live at or there are high-resolution images of art. You can find them on the internet. Metropolitan, for one, has them available for you to download. And study free of charge. Which, when you think about it, is pretty amazing. I'm not gonna spend a whole lot more time picking at this. But there are some areas, excuse me, like right here, there's like this mark on there. I really would like to know. Excuse me, I'm sorry. My allergies are acting up, so it's not because of the paint, it's because it's springtime in Kansas. This has a darker hue up here than what I have here. It's just a little darker of a value. And I think a big part of it is just blending in that blue. There's this little bitty hair on there. I think it's a poncho hair. For a little dog, he sure gets around it. This line is too straight. Let's see if that got it. Yeah, that helped. That helped a lot. And that comes down, that goes over, that comes down. See. I don't know, that's pretty close. Let's see, I need some ultramarine blue. I think that's what's in there. It's not reading as blue on the screen. Am I messing with it too much? Am I killing it? Do tell. I think if I shut off my lights, it would read a lot more. Oops. Okay, yeah, I need a little white in there. I had to stop and think, okay, now what's the complementary of phthalo blue? So I could knock it back a little. Oops. I think I'm running out of juice on my iPad. Trying to get this black in here. I may run out of my resource image. Because the battery's no longer charging. I've had it on here for so long. Okay, I think I've picked at it probably enough. I'm going to go ahead, oops, sorry, that was my glove. I'm going to go ahead and take the tape off, which is the most fun part. I have reinforcement tape here to help it lay flat. And there's a piece over here. Look at that. Look how this turned out. I'm going to get that out from underneath there. If you just came in, I had that underneath there to help prevent the glare from the light. believe we didn't have any like bleed under, except for that little spot right there. I'm going to take the reference photo off primarily so that I get have a screenshot for a thumbnail. Of those two together. Of the palette. Get down. Look how bright those colors are. I'm trying to reach my pencil. It really does make it a lot nicer to do these when you all are here. Pierre Bonnard. Study. Oil on gessoed paper. Live demo stream. Scooch. Stream. What is today? Today's the 28th. So 5/28, 25. Okay. I'm going to have to turn these off so you can get a better view too. Ooh. Oops, thought I turned that off. Oops. There we go. I think it's off. Okay, so that's the finished image that we wound up with. Next week, I'm not really sure who is next week. Let me look. Let's see who's next week. We do these on Mondays. Let's see. I know we only have I think 5 left. Next week is Paul Gauguin on June 2nd. I've only got, I want to see 5 pages left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 pages. And then we will be done with this sketchbook. It's all master studies, which is cool, I think. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you more than I can say. You all rock. Without you being here, I would not be able to do this. Please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. All that good stuff. Leave a comment down below if there's something that you'd like to see. I'm hearing my husband in the background. He's listening, so it makes me paranoid. I am going to head out. Thank you for being here. And I will see you. Wednesday we do oil pastel. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow morning or not. I'm kind of wanting to. So we'll see. If I do, I'll put up a announcement.